All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We stand in recess. Call the chair.
Therapy.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report from Committee on Rules.
I'm not seeing you. I'm just kidding. I'm seeing you. So, just seeing if you're listening. Senator Smitherman.
Recognized to
Always, you're recognized.
and you know I'm gonna be upfront and everything. You know I don't know how to say it any better, but I got a colleague who he's trying to go back and make sure he can get a bill he want to put in, and see this train gonna start running, and with these sunsets on them, you know, once we get past a certain point, we can't do anything until we get to the sunset. So I just want everybody to know that's why I'm standing here. And you'll just see me fade away in a minute. That meant that he'll be walking back through the door with the bill in his hand. So I just wanted to kind of let everybody know up front that, you know, it's not me up here talking about anything in particular, you know. I do have one or two little issues, but I've been able to address those to where I feel comfortable that they, you know, that as we move like we move, and that won't be issues. So I'm all right with that aspect of it as well. Now, I'm trying to lobby something, but I ain't gonna do it from the mic. I ain't gonna do it from the mic though. And you know that bill, your co-bill on the. So I'm gonna get back to Jermaine so they won't tell me. I can be Jermaine and talk to you though. You know that bill, your companion bill that's on there. Because you got the House member that's on today. They tried to give that bill to me. They kept saying, "That's your co-bill." I said, "No, that's the oh, it's yours." I'm on there as a co, but I said, "It's your bill. It's his bill," and they want to make. Imagine this, and this is honest when I'm telling you the truth now.
Senator Smitherman, you care if I recognize some special guests in the gallery?
Not at all, Mr. President.
All right, the guests of the entire Senate body, when I called your name, if y'all could please stand. The Alabama chapter of the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Senator Smitherman.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah.
You are not going to read it link.
Oh no, and that's a promise. You got a promise from me. And you see I'm on the mic now. Make it.
Over.
No, you're not. It's not gonna be like that. It's not gonna even be like that. I want to tell you that. No. You just gonna tell her what it is, and I can very well be sitting in my seat. And you gonna tell her what it is, and I'm just gonna say, oh, that's what that's because you've told me about it, you know. So it ain't like it's new to me. It is our bill. It's ours. It is for real now. On the real side, it's ours. And they kept, but I had to tell them I was dealing with the smaller state that's going to be on the committee. And I think the House bill is probably already up here, like yours. You know, so we're going on, you know, past the House bill. That's like you doing, you know, if it's all right with me. You know how they go. Yeah. Yeah, show some love. Show some love. Hey, we want them to show us some love up here now. Where we are. We're going to be first showing. That's right. That's right. That's right. But that's, you know, I'm gonna have to have. I gotta have a sidebar meeting today. After I come off this mic, I gotta meet with some members of my local delegation. So you see them put them on notice, don't you? My local delegation. I gotta meet with some of them today, so that I can weed out through some things to see how things are going. And what if anything needs to be addressed, you know? No, I'm not. Hey, I'm not here but for a minute. I'm just up here for a minute trying to kind of talk a little bit until he gets back here. So I think he's probably going to come through that door any moment now, and we go. Do we have some more special order calendars? Are we ready? We ready? Yeah, it was him. It was. Y'all excuse me for laughing, but he is right. He is right what he just said. Senator Bell is right what he just said, and I just have to laugh at him. You're so right. You hit the nail right on the head. So Uh, are we ready back there to move with the vote? Okay, Pre- Mr. President, I think we had a motion in order, and I'm through
Okay.
being recognized.
All right. Long roll, is that right? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, 28 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, we're on introduction of bills.
Senate Bill number 300 by Senator Sessions and others relating to tax exemptions is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund. Senate Bill number 301 by Senator Hovey relating to Lee County is referred to the Committee of Local Legislation with notice and proof. Senate Bill number 302 regarding motorcycles is referred to the Committee on Banking and Insurance by Senator Shelnut. Senate Bill number 303 by Senator Orr relating to the School Principal Leadership and Mentoring Act is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Orr and others regarding energy infrastructure is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Orr and others regarding public K through 12 education is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Senate Bill number 306 by Senators Kitchens and Orr regarding counties and municipalities has been referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 307 by Senators Kelly and Orr regarding county and municipalities is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill 308 by Senator Price regarding Lee County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation with notice and proof. Senate Bill number 309 by Senator Allen regarding motor vehicles is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy. Senate Bill number 310 regarding Jefferson County by Senator Wagner is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County, with notice and proof. Senate Bill number 311 by Senator Carnley and others regarding public highways is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 312 by Senators Smitherman and Bell regarding alcoholic beverages is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 313 by Senators Smitherman and others regarding the Alabama 21st Century Authority is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 314 by Senator Bell regarding Shelby County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Shelby County, with notice and proof. Senate Bill number 315 by Senator Singleton regarding the Alabama 21st Century Authority is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 316 by Senators Singleton and Bell regarding alcoholic beverages is referred to the Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development Committee. Senate Bill number 317 by Senators Singleton and others regarding the Alabama Innovation Corporation is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 318 by Senator Singleton regarding service contracts is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development.
All right, that concludes the introduction of bills. Now move on to House messages.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 396 by Representative Pascal and others regarding the Department of Revenue is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 253 by Representative Colvin and others regarding taxation is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 462 by Representative Morris regarding medical services personnel is referred to the Health Care Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended is passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 61 relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners in Psychology. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Hatcher.
I move to concur.
Okay. Would you like to use a long roll or short roll?
Let's use if we have a good one. Let's use
Yes.
the short roll.
All right. Any objection to using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 61 passes.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. All right, Secretary, call the next House message. Oh, we're done with House messages? All right, now do committee reports.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 148, appointing Rodney Sullivan to the Surface Mining Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays.
I move that the Senate confirms Rodney Sullivan to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission. Do we have a long roll?
We have a good roll.
We have a good roll, using previous roll, no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. Rodney Sullivan's confirmed. All right, Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 145, appointing Bobby Humphrey to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays.
Senator.
Move the Senate confirms Bobby Humphrey to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission, using previous roll with no objection.
Any objection?
Mr. President, may I address this for a moment?
I'm sorry, what now?
May I speak to this for a
Sure.
moment? If I may?
Yeah, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. I would like to discuss, I think I know Bobby Humphrey. Where's Mr. Humphrey from?
From Birmingham, he's a former football player.
Does he have any legislative experience?
Not that I'm aware of, but
You don't know the Bobby Humphrey that served in the House?
I don't think it's that one.
That's
This
the wrong Bobby
this is
Humphrey?
a football player. We confirmed his wife to a board not too long ago, and we had a lovely dinner with them. His wife serves on the University of Alabama Board of Trustees.
I believe this is the Alabama football
Alabama
player that's a
football player.
legend.
Alabama I wonder what the Auburn folks think of that after the other night, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So he lives in Birmingham. What experience does he have in surface mining? Do you know?
I'm not sure, and I can go get his resume off my desk if you would like to know that.
Well, I think I may have some interest because I knew the Bobby Humphrey that I knew was not anything dealing with surface mining, at least not legally. And so I just wanted to touch base and find out how we might want to deal with things, on these matters. And, we go through these very often and very quickly in a means of just trying to get things done a little bit and make sure these confirmations go quickly. I'm just wondering, once I see these names pop up and trying to get a little handle on what am I voting for here. I see another senator over there. I don't know if he want to engage or
Yeah,
what.
I'll dialogue a little bit if she'll just allow me a little bit. Yeah, the good thing about him is that he's a reappointment, so he's already been road tested.
Oh, he's already been on the commission.
Yeah,
before.
he fully understands what this is all about. And then I tell you something else good about him.
I'd like to know more about him.
He is the chairman of the Governor's Physical Fitness Commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's involved. He's an involved person, and he's just like you saying about the football. You know, he played at Alabama, and I think he got drafted by the Denver Broncos. And,
Oh, was he?
And his wife, I tell you,
I got a son-in-law that loves the Broncos.
Well,
He's got I had a granddaughter that was paging last week, and her father is a big Broncos fan. I've tried to reconvert him, but I haven't made any progress.
Well,
He
I'm gonna
probably knows this Bobby Humphreys.
He does. If it's football, yeah, I tell you what his connection with his age group, you know, your son with their age group.
Yes, sir.
He probably knows Bobby Humphrey's son. His son is an all-pro cornerback for the Baltimore Ravens, Marlon Humphrey.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his
Okay.
son. So he and his wife, I think this is right. I think his wife may have won a gold medal in the Olympics, or a medal, one of those medals in the Olympics.
What did she participate in? Do you remember?
I don't know if it was one of these other kind of events, because they're track people.
Track, okay.
They're track and field. In fact, he started a youth track organization many years ago that was called Speed City, and his was kind of like a countywide, because he had kids from Birmingham, Homewood, Mountain Brook. He had kind of like from everywhere, and I can just tell you how good, how he trained those young people. My grandson does track and field.
Oh.
And after a couple of years with him, he qualified for regions. You know, make it through the state.
He does.
Qualified for regions.
He's a great trainer then.
Yeah, he's a teacher and a trainer with kids and with different things of that nature. And the senator from up in my area, Sheldon, what do he like that coin toss thing? You know what that sport? What they trying to throw them in the hole?
You mean bowling?
No, the little bag they have. They trying to throw it.
Corn throws?
That's what it coin toss. Cornhole, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, yeah. And pickleball, that's something else. You know about pickleball?
I've heard about it.
I don't know a lot
I know
neither.
from the State General Fund, we've bought about 17 pickleball courts, most of them in the Birmingham, Jefferson County area, but I don't know how to play that yet. I'm going to have to go up there to get some lessons.
Well, you going to like him for that reason. That's another reason, because he, with the Governor's Commission on Physical Fitness, they're trying to expand this all over the state, rural areas and everywhere, not just in our Birmingham area. Yeah, oh yeah. He's the man for the state, so he reaches out. He's trying to help everybody in him.
Now look, I'm sorry, Senator, but pickleball may go well in urban Birmingham, all right? But I'm not sure that come Evergreen and Range and Atmore that is very popular. I'm not certain.
Well, you know what?
Now, if you got further down into Orange Beach, you probably would get in some pickleball, but not. I'm not sure Bay Minette would be excited about that either. But go ahead, I'm willing to learn.
Oh yeah. See, what you have to do is just have a regional tournament, a regional. See, Evergreen and when those three people. Just have a regional at a central location. See, and it's because they kind of close, it's not much transportation. Everybody kind of get a carpool.
Yeah.
About 4 or 5 of them jump in the car. And
Yeah.
If it was like where I'm from, the rural part of Shelby County, all of us jumped on back of a pickup truck, and hold on for your dear life,
Yes, sir.
That's why when they had that bill trying to outlaw folk from riding back a pickup truck,
Yeah.
no, I voted against it. Cause I mean, I know that. Hey, I know that's the only way someone can get around. You know, if somebody coming down the main road and you trying to catch a ride, and you talk to them, they say, "I'm coming down about 15 minutes." You gonna be out there. Jump on. You kept an eye on that truck when you went in town, too. 'Cause you know, when they take off, you gonna be stranded if you don't get on. You know. But this is a good person.
Good guy. Okay.
Very good guy.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
In fact, his high school coach, I knew him when his high school coach was in college. Yeah, cause if yeah, that's right. Because his coach, listen at this, taking you back in time now, back in time.
I'm with you.
At the University of Montevallo, his coach was one of 2 African-American basketball athletes who integrated the athletic program. Those 2 guys were the first 2 African-Americans back in history.
Yes.
His coach was one of them, his high school coach. And this man here, he was running, he was a running back. In high school, he'd be running 200 and 300 yards a game. I'm serious, yeah. At Alabama, no, he made all SEC. He may have made All America one year, but he talking about running, and he just had this kind of I know your age, so I'll get ready to talk. Not ask you, but I'm gonna talk about some stuff.
Yeah, what
He
was
wasn't
it?
just-
I had my 37th birthday recently.
I know. I told somebody I'm on 39 and holding. I'm just holding, you know. You had a clock, we stop it, I'm just holding myself.
Yes, sir.
You know, but and you know what? This made me feel so good. I had a little situation last week, and it was a necessity to take my blood pressure. And they just like to went crazy when they were looking at it, and they said, your blood pressure is 128/72. They were just looking at me. They couldn't believe it. Because they were the medical people. They were just looking at me. They couldn't believe it. And they said, you got to be taking some medicine at least. I said, I don't take no medicine or nothing. And they looked at me and they said, what's your secret? And then I tried to tell them from the real way, the biblical term, you know, which is, you know, blessed by the best, talking about him, and I don't worry about the rest. You know, so I'd turn it over to him. But I told him, the unbiblical thing I told him is that I have a song that you know Mariah Carey, don't you?
I've heard of her.
Okay. Well, it's a song.
I haven't ever met her.
It's a song.
I haven't been to any of her concerts yet.
I've been to some of her concerts.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I like to go to them kind of concerts. Music. I love music. And so I said that I said that she has a song that fits these occasions. That's what that is. It's Watch My Hand. It's called Shake It Off.
Yeah.
You got a song called Shake It Off.
Shake It Off.
And that's what you both, just shake it off. You know, just don't let it weight all on your shoulders and stuff. It's on it, look at it and say, okay, get off my shoulder. Dude. But at the proper time, if she needs to come back, you need to come back out. Okay, I was just, I was just sitting there talking with them.
Yeah, we're just
dialoguing a little bit.
Yeah, dialoguing some.
That's all. You know.
But you don't remember what Mrs. Humphrey's participation in the got her medals for?
I can't remember.
Something in track and field, though. Do you know if it was?
I think it was something in track and field.
Was it the jumping, the pole vaulting, or the running, or do you?
I
know?
think it was the running.
Okay.
I just think it was the running.
Probably so. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they've been out, you know, doing community stuff a long time. I think he's only probably slacked off, probably not stopped, but kind of reduced some of it. Probably last 2 years, maybe 3 years, because his son's in the pros. So, you know, on weekends when you normally have these track and field events, I think they want to be mom and dad. They want to go see their son.
Yeah.
Visit him and see him perform. And I think it's another son.
Well, now, you mentioned that this is a reappointment. I'm trying to get a little bit germane here, if we could, Senator. How long are the terms for this commission?
I don't know.
Do you know if this is his first reappointment or second or anything? Or
I
how
think
long-
it's the first reappointment.
First reappointment? Is there a limitation on the appointments?
I don't know.
Don't know?
When I was on Sunset, I could have told you
Yeah?
it expires in 2030.
Okay, okay.
It expires then. So
All right. Well, that's good to know. And his experience in surface mining, I guess, then would be serving on the commission.
I don't know if he owned some kind of company that I don't know if it was surface mining or not, but he was affiliated with a company like that.
I see.
And he was on the, I think he might still be. I think this is, oh yeah, and I think he's on the board of directors for the Bryant Bank. You know, Coach
Yeah.
Paul Bell Bryant?
Yes,
his
yes.
bank.
I've seen those.
Yeah, I think he's on the board.
I probably owe them money somehow.
No, he's on the board.
No, but I probably owe the
Oh,
bank money. Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't owe no money. Man like you, you know, man, I see you sometimes leaning, you know, because that your hip be so heavy. You know what that mean, don't you?
No.
That mean it's full of money.
Oh, I thought it was just a new hip that just put in.
No, I was talking about the health aspect of this. Not that part. But on a more serious note, yeah, I think he's on the board of trustees. I'm not trustee, but the board of directors.
Board of it? Okay,
At
board of
Bryant Bank.
Okay. All right.
As well. So he's a pretty outstanding citizen and, gives back, and
That's good to know, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to be up here is to have we've been going through these pretty quickly during our time frame we've been in session. I know we've got to get them done, but we need to make sure that who we're putting on, that we know who we're voting for.
well, I have to give, I know the chairman doesn't know I'm gonna say this, but since you kind of brought what you said there, I have to go to the defense of the chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
She don't need me to defend her for nothing. She's just that tough. She don't need me to defend her. But since I'm at the mic, I'm gonna defend her. She had these people to come down here before that day, the confirmation, so you can meet them. So if you want to be on that list, she'll put you on that list. They come by your office, talk to them. You can just see what they, get your personal evaluation of them.
Well, all these people have to be approved by the Senate.
That's true.
All of us have to cast a vote.
That's true.
I would think that would be a good thing for them to do and to see. And I've had a few of them come by, but that's catch as catch can. I would like the opportunity to see more of them when possible. And if they do come down, I have been unaware of their presence.
Well, I'll tell you, it's probably because the initial necessity is probably with the committee. Because see, if they saw 35 people, and I put it this way, I'm just gonna pick a number.
Yes, sir.
There's 9 on the committee.
Yes,
So
sir.
that leaves us 26 people. So if they went to see the 26 and then see the 9, they might not ever get to where the 26.
Well, you got a point there. It does make it a burdensome item to do. I recognize that.
Yeah. But if you so desire to be in that process, the chairman, I'm sure she would be glad to do that.
I think that would be important.
But now,
because we
have to
have
make-
this. We put this in statute that we have to approve. It has to be done by Senate confirmation.
That's true.
And we're responsible when we do that confirmation. I think
right.
we need to be a little bit more serious in knowing.
We serious now. I got to take up for that last part. That it's serious as a heart attack.
I didn't mean
'Cause
you,
The
and I didn't
governor's
mean
office
the
is
chairman.
serious. They provide all that information. Anything you ask them back for, they'll do it. And the people will address that. So I just want you to know, no, you talk about serious. I'm serious. I have to say that about the chairman. No, she take this stuff not just serious, but real serious. So I just want to say that. You know, I'm being serious. She takes it real serious. I vouch for her. You know, so I just want you to know that. You like all states, you in good hands. I just want to tell you that. So don't worry about her in that part. No, But no, I'll tell you, you know, if the ones, all of them sometimes can't come, you know, they can't come all the time.
I agree.
But at the same time, she could, if they can't actually come, she can provide information that you know, if they, for instance, they need to contact you, I think she would communicate that to whom that might be.
You know, and you're right, it may be overburdensome for every appointee to see every senator separately. However, would it be possible that before we have the vote on this, before it comes to the floor, that we at least get a brief synopsis of the appointee and when they're coming up for the vote?
Well,
Would that be a possibility of getting to the senators so that we would actually have a view of who is coming up?
well, I think it might be something that you could consider working with her on if they did it online. Because let me just tell you why I said that. The hard copy of that stuff, in one of the meetings, one meeting for each senator is about that high. You know, the paperwork. So you would probably, you see what I'm getting at now.
I
In your office, you probably have about 10 stacks. After you don't talk to them and say, well, let me keep this and refer to them. You have about 10 stacks of stuff about that high, just over in the corner, sitting up against the wall.
Yes, sir.
So from online it might be, but I wouldn't think, you know. Now we get it the other way because, you know, remember now, we got some, you know, some people are IT specialists.
Yes, sir.
Some people are IT experts. Sometimes some people are IT novices, and some people are IT thank you Lottie. That thank you Lottie mean they don't know all that stuff they need to know. They just thank you Lottie, they don't have no mistakes. See that? So that's why you have to have, for that thank you Lottie crowd, you got to have the paperwork. I just happen to be in the thank you Lottie crowd, so I like paperwork. Real.
understand.
Appointments, yeah, I'm telling you, you know, I got that little Google stuff that they tell you when it's an appointment. But I haven't put one appointment on this phone since I had it, from me, keeping up with a calendar like that. No, now I write it down. Oh yeah, I got it everywhere. I got stuff stuck over here. I got stuff stuck over here. You know, and I know what pocket it is. This the Senate pocket, this the work pocket.
Yes, sir.
This right here, it's the fun pocket, the little pocket. So if I got it in here, that's for fun.
I wish I was that organized.
I try to be. Sometimes you get too organized, hide stuff from your own self. You ever did that?
I'll never admit to it. Yes, sir. Now, all I'm suggesting is, and you're right, putting this in paper and getting it dispersed and everything. But if we could have something, even if it were in our caucus meeting or on the, and I know on the, let me go back for a minute. There are many, many times when we have bills coming in and we have a procedure with the bills. It can't pass without 5 days. It has to have a first, second, and third reading in each house and such. We have committees that's there. We have it posted online. We have all the procedures with the bill so that it's always available for any member to be able to find out where it is, what status, to read the amendments and everything else along that line. It seems to me we could do that along line with these appointments in some way.
You know, the problem going to be now, not problem, but what's going to be necessary is that they're going to have to come and visit you. Not the appointments, but to get to do what you just said. Because they're going to have to get more staff, because the staff we got now kind of to the thin, not thin, but right on it, what all they have to do. So to get staff, what they going to need? Money, general fund.
Oh,
So they got to come see you. I mean, that's a great idea.
Would that be ETL? I think that would be ETF.
This is a general function. But this comes from the governor, you know, from the executive branch, not the educational branch. So this would come out the
Well,
general
if they're
fund.
appointments to institution, that would be
Not the
ETF.
you right what you saying. I apologize for cutting you off. Go right on. I've cut you off. I apologize.
All right, we'll call the Health
Yes,
Committee
sir.
meeting for Tuesday.
And I'm,
April
you know,
the
I'm
8th
just
in session.
investigating. We make a
Today,
point
we have
that
two
we
bills.
should
We
not
had
vote
two long
for
public
any bill
hearings
that we
last week.
haven't,
Three,
that we're not
actually.
familiar
Only
with,
two today. We're
that we
addressing
don't know
one tomorrow.
what it does. And I can't.
The first bill on the
My good friend
calendar
across
is
the way
Representative
always
Witt
stands up and
with
says,
HB
"What's this
445.
bill do?"
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't
And
know,
we need to
it'd be
call
nice
roll
to find
first.
out. It
Exactly.
would be.
Exactly.
But now,
And
now
I
let me-
think we may need to look at these confirmations and to get an idea a little bit more of who we're voting for.
now let me do something right quick. I want this is a
Representative Rafferty?
you ever notice when the TV has that they test that signal and it come on and it says bam, bam. This is a test of the weather emergency
Oh yeah,
system.
yeah. We still
All
have
right.
that.
Well, now I'm gonna use that to make an announcement.
Representative Witt,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
you'd like to
I'm gonna
say
do the little sound.
about the bill
Bam,
and-
bam. I want to
Mr.
make a
Chairman,
full
members of the
announcement to
committee,
everybody in
certainly
here.
Thank you for your time. And,
I'm not up here filibustering.
allowing me to present the bill last
I
week.
want you to
I made
understand.
very informed
I am
July
not.
5th
I'm
public
just
hearing.
talking to my senator.
I hope you've had
You
time
know, so I
to
want to make sure
look
that's
over the bill
understood.
again and some of
And
the- some of the
I'm
questions
I'm
and
gonna
thoughts that
officially
were
put
raised during that.
a
I
little
would like to
signature on
point out
that
there's
by
been some
calling my
recent
chairman back up here.
developments as of,
You know,
this
back
week.
up here. You know, I'm just
Actually,
talking to you.
This came
Okay.
out April
Thank you.
8th,
Thank you, sir.
2025 in a press release.
So I
And
can
if you'll
certainly
allow me
address
just
some
a
of the
moment,
questions that you had that
Herbal Oasis, a parent
Senator
company of
Smithman answered. We have a
CBDMD Inc.
very
said
thorough
that their
vetting
product will be in
process of
convenience
these
stores,
appointees
grocery
as they
stores,
come from the
and other
governor's office.
locations throughout
And I can
Alabama
certainly
and
add you
Florida
to that
Panhandle,
distribution list if
starting
you
in
would
late
like. We
March.
have
By this
packets,
summer, Oasis
that
will be
include
available in
all
grocery
the
chains,
background
convenience
information
stores,
that we
boutique
received
wellness
from the
shops,
governor's office.
hospitality
We reach
venues
out
across
to
major Alabama
each
cities
of
like
these
Birmingham,
appointees
Mobile,
and
Huntsville,
the
and college
organization that they're
towns,
being appointed to.
Tuscaloosa,
We
and
invite
Auburn,
them to come
as
in
well
and
as
meet
resort
with
destinations,
members. I can certainly
nightlife
have them
hubs
all
in the
come to your
Florida
office
Panhandle.
if you would
And
like, and you
according
would
to
have a
this
chance to
release,
meet with
Well,
them also.
I mean, I don't want to
support
interfere with your
for
committee. That's
on-premise
the first
accounts,
thing. That's what the
such as
committee is
bars,
there for, and that's what
restaurants,
the
and
committee
lounges.
is assigned to do.
And, again, this is
My only
exactly
comment
what we
is
discussed last week, that
when
we
we
were
come
trying
in
to
to
do was
vote for
stop
this, and
product being
it's
served
like a
in such
second
manner.
reading
And with that, I'll
type
be
or a
glad
third
to
reading,
answer
I
any
should say.
questions from
The
the
committee's done its
or address
work
any concerns.
and is
Representative Gray.
satisfied and comes in, but now I have to cast a
Set it up
vote,
last week. I
and
just
all I
wanted
see
to
is
just
the
pose
name,
something to you
and
as far
hence
as
when I
as
see
this bill moves,
Bobby
think
Humphrey,
about an economic
a
impact
completely
study
different image
and maybe
comes
a
from,
task
not a bad
force
image,
to
but just a completely
combat
different
some
image.
of this,
And
misinformation.
that's what
And so that way
prompted,
we actually know the facts,
and
we
it's been
actually
on my
know,
mind for some
how
time
is
that
it
we have these
impacting
matters
Alabama,
that come
but
in,
I'm not gonna
that,
speak against
again,
it,
I'm
but
casting
I
a
would
vote
encourage
of
that we
confirming
look
an
at those two
individual.
things in the
I don't know who the guy is, or the
Well-
lady. I don't have a clue.
Representative.
And we certainly can address that
Yes, I
because
have
my
a question
committee
I just want to
gets
clarify,
a
'cause I
packet,
know we're moving
and
this
my
stuff
committee
out
members
of
prefer to have
convenience stores,
hard copy
easy
packet. We
access places,
talked about
and
doing
you
it
wanna
in a
put it in
Dropbox. But
more
like the
regulated
senator
places
from
like
Jefferson
ABC
County
stores
said
and-
But not ABC
earlier
stores.
today,
The state doesn't
he
need to be in the
doesn't,
business,
he
but
and
they
others
want
in the
to
committee
where
prefer to have
exactly.
hard
You have
copies
21 and over
instead of the
stores
electronic
liquor
Dropbox.
stores.
licensed
So
by
we
ABC,
have
and this
everything
would be
taken to their
also
office the
part of
week
the
prior.
requirement for the
And
license
then they
would
also have a
allow,
copy of the packet at
municipality
their
and the
seat at each committee meeting. So we can certainly, if you would like to have one of these packets as they come out of committee so that you have them to review before they come to the floor, I can certainly have them come to your office. And again, happy to have all these conferees come by your office to say hello if you would like to see them and lay eyes on
I'm
them
not
before
sure,
you get here.
and I appreciate that, Senator, but I'm not sure we need to go to that level. All I'm looking for, I guess, I'm trying to search through how would be the most efficient way to deal with that. But I think if we had even 2 or 3 days prior, then we could have a list of who the appointees are scheduled to have the vote on, and then at least we'd have a brief introduction, not a packet, but a brief introduction of the individual and that he's been vetted or whatever, and the recommendation of the committee, something along that line, so that at least we'd have some view of what we're doing and who we're voting upon. Does that make sense?
Of course, and again, certainly I can make sure that you have a packet. Mr. President, if it's okay, I would like to share my time, or have Senator Wagner also had some comments that he would like to make.
I'd be happy to, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so,
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Wagner.
Senator, let me share a few comments about the
Please.
Bobby Humphrey that I know and have known for many, many years. He grew up on the west side of Birmingham, close to Legion Field, in a very questionable neighborhood. Played football at Glenn High School, which is a very small Birmingham city school. Of course, he went to the University of Alabama and played football and made All-American. Played in the NFL for a number of years. I know Ms. Humphrey, she's on the Board of Trustees at the University of Alabama, a very, very prominent family. Bobby Humphreys works for a company in Birmingham. I've known the family for years. In fact, Bobby and I are close friends, and I'd love to see him to be confirmed to the Surface Mining Commission. But I just wanted to share with you the comments about Bobby that I know and have known for many years. His son played football at Alabama. Of course, that doesn't qualify Bobby to be on the surface mining, but I'm telling you about the family that I know, and he's in the NFL today. But it's a good family involved in the community, and those are the comments that I wanted to share with you about the Bobby Humphrey that I have known for many years.
That's good to know. I thank you for those comments, and I'm not here to question the committee work or anything else. I guess my question has more to do with the issue of the senators voting for confirmations of people without knowing anything more, most of us, than what's on the board. And I guess I'm asking that we look at a way in which we can introduce the rest of the voting public, if you will, in this body, as to who they are, what they're going, maybe a brief summary, not a detailed private matter or anything, but something that would give us some means, some basis to honestly vote for confirmation. That's what I'm looking for. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. So your concern is more about the process than it is about Bobby Humphrey being
Precisely.
confirmed to the surface mining.
Precisely. Precisely. And the thing that prompted this, I didn't plan this. The thing that came up was, and you know Bobby Humphreys.
Know him well.
Yeah, Bobby Humphreys served in the House a number of years ago.
That's
The different one. That's
Bobby
what I mean.
Humphrey.
Yeah, that's what came to my mind. You know Bobby Humphreys. Yeah, but that's what came to my mind, and I got a little bit excited. And then I got maybe just a little bit carried away. But my purpose really is, if I had known something about this individual that's being appointed, I wouldn't have had that concern. I wouldn't have had a thought about it. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's the reason I'm standing here right now to tell you the Bobby Humphrey that I know and have known for many years. I know the family, and they've just been in our life, the Wagner life, for a long time through various connections.
Yes, sir. And that in itself should be enough to garner enough votes for the confirmation. Correct. I
Thank
agree.
you, Senator.
Ms. President, am I recognized?
You're recognized.
It's crazy to me. Y'all know I'm still learning the rules. I didn't know if she had to come to relinquish her time to me or not. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I know that you got something else going on, but because I was there. But I had to get up as well to say a kind word about my friend, Bobby Humphrey.
And if there's nothing else that comes good from this soliloquy or interchange,
Not a
is that
soliloquy.
we have an opportunity to discuss and brag about your friend.
Yes, yes, yes. So I told a little story to a couple of the members. We were talking earlier when you mentioned Bobby
loved
Humphrey
your
that I
hand
used
wave
to serve
there, yeah.
with. So I served with former Representative Humphrey downstairs, and then he was one of my county commissioners. So he ended up actually running for office against my best friend in Jefferson County. And people thought it was football player Bobby Humphrey. And so we got a good laugh about that, and we were able to get her introduced to our amazing football player, and we've all been friends now for a long time. And I used to love having the opportunity to run into him. We were on like the AAU basketball circuit, and so we would run into each other on that circuit, and just the number of times that he actually poured into my son. You know, to have someone who has had the career, the athletic career that he had, you know, pour into a young man, and I always thank him for that, and I'm sure my son was quite thankful, and I know he was, because he actually wanted to take pictures and do all of that, and then later on, that was like 7th grade, 8th grade, but my son played football at Bessemer Academy, and he ended up being actually a Mr. Football finalist. He played both ways. He played corner, what's the other one, and receiver.
Corner and receiver.
Corner, he played both ways, corner and receiver. And he was, yes, coach knows it. He was really good, very fast. And so through that process, when we were going through the recruiting process also, Bobby kind of helped him, talk with him, because he really wanted to just be a receiver going into college. And, you know, Bobby talked to him about the opportunities at corner and just, you know, really looking at the opportunities at corner. And, you know, one of the best memories, Marlon was training and getting ready to go to, y'all don't talk about me if I say the wrong team. I think it was the Ravens.
Excuse me,
But he
Senator?
he was.
I want to make sure I'm understanding. You mentioned Marlon. That's, if I got things right from previous discussions, Marlon is the son
Yes.
of Bobby,
Yes,
who's now playing with the Ravens.
yes.
See, I'm
guess that's where
catching
he's still
on.
at, right,
This is a
right.
good discussion. All right,
Yeah.
I'm catching on. I'm
So-
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. So Bobby called me one day and he said, you know, I've really been following what your son has been doing. I've been reading about him. That was still kind of sort of when we had a physical newspaper that you could read as well. He was like, I've been reading about him. I've seen some stuff. You know, why don't you have him to come and work out with Marlon? And he did that. He worked out with Marlon, and there was one other guy that was already in the NFL. And, you know, just that day, just to see my kid, you know, on the football field, and truth be told, because my son played both ways, he actually caught more balls than they did, you know. So they had this trainer to come in, some kind of cornerback trainer. And so he did all of these drills and everything with him. And so again, you know, I wanted to be able to come and just talk about my friend, the way that he's been a friend to me, but poured into my child. And, you know, as parents, you know, that, you know, we can be all right or not all right. But as long as our children are doing great and excelling and someone is supporting of them, you know, that makes us feel wonderful. So I just wanted to, I don't know if he's listening today, thank my friend for what you've done for my son. And we're coming. I have an invite. He gave me an invite to a place, and that's all I'm gonna say is be in my friend sharing an invite. And we've got to make time to do that. We want to come out and see what that looks like and get some ideas as well. And so look to hear from me soon so we can set up that time that we can have that visit to that place. So again, Mr. Chairman, I know if he's listening, he knows this is not about him and his ability to serve, but every last one of us as legislators needs to have the opportunity to talk about issues. And sometimes that ends up being that we're talking about issues on something that seems to be unrelated, And the public may think that it's unrelated, but we know what it is. And so, again,
I didn't know Mr. Humphreys.
I know you didn't. That's why I'm saying we knew it had absolutely nothing to do with him. We need to get him here. We need to get him to come to Montgomery.
I think, and Marlin too. I think,
Yes,
I think having
100%.
two generations of Alabama players would be. I think the lieutenant governor would love to have the Alabama.
We need to make that happen. So. I'm not sure if the gentlelady is ready to come back to the microphone at this time, but again,
for all players in the state, just
100%
for
cannot
the
wait
record.
to have the opportunity to vote to confirm Bobby Humphreys to the Surface Mining Commission. I don't know what that commission does, but I'm sure he's qualified to do it, and I can't wait to vote for him.
How much time we got on this?
21 minutes.
We got another
yes.
21 minutes or so. Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Marshall?
Okay, that'd be fine. So, Senator, we've talked about some processes that we might be able to look at. I hope that we can find a more, for lack of a better term, transparent way that these folks can be brought forward to the body before we come in and have a vote, so that we can be able to see. And I don't know if you can do this, but if you could get the photo of them, online and such, well, you have that. Exactly, you've got that information. All I'm asking is that we have a means, either by email or a Dropbox or something even, I don't know if we can intercede on the legislative system to put it there, so that we would be able to have access to the folks that we're going to be confirming. That
Certainly,
we're
and
doing the
everything
voting
is
for.
on Allison when they come through, but you have my commitment. You will have a packet when the committee has a packet, so that you will have the information, so that you'll have it ahead of time and that you can be prepared. And also, again, I am going to have all of these conferees come by, or appointees, come by your office to say hello to you, so that you can meet them and vet them and ask them any questions that you might have personally. I will have each of them come to your office so that you will have the opportunity to do that before they come here on the floor, because they do come here on the Wednesdays that they're in committee, most of them.
And I appreciate that, but I don't want this to be just for me. I don't want this to be just something that's just, because I'm the chairman, because no, I would like to have a means so that everybody who have the obligation to cast a vote will be able to have that same opportunity.
And I hear you, and I think that you're right, that we should offer everyone that same opportunity. So for anyone here in the Senate that would like that same opportunity, I want to offer it to each and every member in this chamber. If you would like the packet, when the committee gets the packet, you let me know, and we will make sure that you have all the information the day that we have it. If you want an additional packet, once it gets here, you let me know. If you want these appointees to come by your office to meet you personally when you are here, my commitment is I will arrange that for each of you. So if there are any of you that have time in your day that you want to meet each and every one of these conferees and have conversations with them, you just let me know, and we will arrange for that to happen.
And I appreciate your willingness to do this. And I'm not trying to be overburdensome, but it's the same thing with any committee. When we have a bill in the committee, that bill has already had its first reading here. Then it has to get assigned, and then we have to post when we're having the committee meeting, and people can come when they choose to, and people have the opportunity to see and read and whatever else. And the same thing when it comes to the floor. I think we need the same type process with confirmations. It's the same overriding statutory legal responsibility that we have as all senators when we cast a vote. In fact, I would suggest that if we don't know who we're voting for, then we shouldn't vote. I think it is incumbent upon us to do that. And I'm asking that the chairperson look at a means that we can have that through the process, so that we can achieve more transparency of who the appointments are, what some of their brief information, and have that ahead of time, so that if there is a question, we can call the chairperson or a committee member and get some further information if we choose to. Because very often, we don't, again, many people know Mr. Humphreys. I never met him. Most of us know of him because of his notoriety, but we don't know about him. And I think when we're putting someone, involving them in government, in which we, as a body, have the obligation to confirm, that's incumbent upon us to make sure that they're competent, that they're available, and even that they attend and do those things that they are entrusted to do and are capable of doing so. Now, again, that's a lot of the committee's job, and the committee's doing a fine job. I just want some of that brief information distributed ahead of time so that we can actually have a comfort level so that we've done our due diligence, which I think is a proper term here, to move forward with this. So, I have good friends in the Senate. Yes, it is, certainly is. Yes, thank you. It's even not anything added. So, thank you, Senator. So I would simply make note that if there's a way, and if I can help with the process along that line, guide on how we can accomplish that electronically, I think would be best. I think paper would be overbearing, and we get overwhelmed with that too often. And I don't know what a proper time frame would be. I don't know how your committee works.
So have you served on the Confirmations Committee before?
I have never served on confirmation. They've never been entrusted to me, no.
So the reason that we do it the way that we do it is because it was the way that my members chose to do it and the way that they asked to do it. So certainly we can look at doing that. It is available. We can make a Dropbox and give you a link. It is not a problem at all.
I think, a link is a good idea. If you had the information online, if you could just share the link with where you are and with the time frame of appointments or something, that would be very helpful. That way, if we don't know who we're voting for, at least it's our fault. Okay?
So the time frame is a little bit of a challenge because you're in leadership. We negotiate before we come in here about confirmations every day. So I'm not sure that it's realistic to think that you would have a timeline beforehand of who was going to come up.
Good question. Good point, because every bill is negotiated and everybody's trying to figure out when am I going to get there and can I get it? Good point. So maybe if there's a way that you could put on the link those that are appointed that's due to come up in committee, not when they're going to come up, but maybe sometime in advance, so that even though you may not know when they're coming up, they've been appointed and they're going to have to get approved. At least we'll have that information ahead of time. Is that possible?
Yeah, so do you think it's better to have that information for everyone who's pending in committee or for those that the committee has vetted and then you're about to vote on for the floor?
Could you do both? On the link, you have those that are appointed by, and then a second or some other means to color-coded maybe or something, or numbered or whatever, so that when they're vetted, they could be moved into another slot or something like that.
I think that makes more sense because I know that, and I don't know if you do it this way or not, but typically when I look at a bill in committee as the committee person, I'm vetting it more, and it may change. It may be amended. Confirmations
Exactly.
are not amended, but things can change before they're actually coming to you for a vote. So it probably makes more sense to have a completed list of what comes out of committee that you would be voting on.
That makes sense. I think that makes, very good sense to put that out, so that we would have access and ability to introduce ourselves maybe to these people through that means, so that we could, again, do our due diligence and or discover questions or concerns that may be involved. Does that make sense?
It certainly does. And again, I think that in the issue of Mr. Humphrey, there's certainly no issue with him. You have heard from Senator Wagner, you've heard from Senator Smitherman, you've heard from Senator Coleman, their personal testimony of their relationships with him personally. I know I met him and had dinner with Mr. Humphrey and his wife when she was an appointee to the University of Alabama trustees, and they are just fabulous, fabulous people. And I think that I would like to go ahead and just move this.
How much time we got left? 13 minutes? I'm almost done.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I'm here to listen then.
I appreciate your patience with me in regard to this. And again, I look forward that at the appropriate time here, being the first in the line of 35 of casting my vote for the former NFL guy, Mr. Bobby Humphreys, who is for the Surface Mining Commission. I do look forward to that, and I am convinced that based on the, I won't say testimony, but the testimonials that have been given today from the various people here in the Senate floor that know Mr. Humphreys, that can attest him, that's known him most of his life and his family, that's come forward and spoken highly of them. I am grateful that we've had the opportunity to come in and hear that about Mr. Humphreys. We don't normally do that. We don't normally hear about these folks, and every one of them are good people who are giving back, who are participants in trying to help the state and their communities. All of these people are good, fine folks, but we need to make sure we are cognizant and have done our due diligence in reaching out and getting these things. Senator, I appreciate your willingness to talk with me and try to figure out a way to make this work, to bring this to the body in an organized system and way. I don't know what that will require as far as an organization or anything, but I'm willing to try to work with you to try to achieve this and try to move this forward in a way so that we can all be more better in achieving and doing our jobs in a way that's correct and well and appropriate to do. I think that here in our Senate, when we put things in legislation, when we require to us in ways, it's imperative that we get the data and that data be propagated to all those that are responsible. Committee members very often is responsible to come into the committees, do their due diligence, and then to get that information and data out to the rest of the body. Because when we have the second readings on bills and those come in, those are recommendations, if you will, by the committee on what has come forward and been passed through that committee for consideration by the body. That's a very, very serious matter, because that means that bill has been vetted, it's been reviewed, it's been debated, it's been very often amended and changed, and hopefully made better to the satisfaction of the committee, so that the committee itself can stand there. Now, I know that we, and as chairman, very often have responsibilities and duties to move things forward in ways that are somewhat unconventional. But we still need to make sure that the recommendations that come from those committees are valid and are strong and are worthy of being considered by the body in itself. And all I'm asking is the same thing here of the confirmations. As we come forward with looking at these individuals when they come, I think everybody in here should, when they look up at the board, should look up there and say, oh yeah, I remember that. I saw him, he's from Birmingham. He's been this, he's done that. This is his second appointment, or third appointment. He's been doing this for a while. Okay, that's fine with me. I feel comfortable now. They have done their due diligence in regard to that. I think that's important. In fact, I think it is imperative that we have some system set up so that we can accomplish that. I don't know what we need to do. Do you know of anything that we need to do to bring that to pass, to make that sure that works?
Oh, you have my commitment. You will have everything that the committee has. We will work on trying to make it more streamlined and more efficient, and I am going to make sure that all these appointees do stop by and say hello.
Well, I appreciate that, but again, it's not me necessarily, is so that we can be able to get this accomplished. And with that, if I may, Senator, I'll leave to you to make the motion.
Certainly.
All right, Senator Weaver.
I think my motion was, I move that the Senate confirm Bobby Humphrey to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? You object? Are you on a record?
Is this the Bobby Humphrey that served in the House?
This is not the Bobby Humphrey that served in the House. Were you paying attention the last hour, Senator Melson?
I'm just trying, this was the one that lived across from Legion Field.
This is the football player from the University of Alabama who was All SEC. He was later named Alabama All Century and Team of the Decade, and he was a candidate for the Heisman Trophy during his junior year at Alabama.
Well, that apartment complex that he lived in across from Legion Field was the married student apartments for UAB in the 1950s, and my parents lived there, so I just had to throw that.
Exciting.
All right.
What a nice
Thank you.
little
I would
Thank
like
you.
to
connection there.
Go ahead and get her motion and
Does anybody else want to talk about either Bobby Humphrey? So, all right, we have a motion using previous role. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Bobby Humphrey's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 144, appointing Deidre Tatum to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission, receives a favorable report by vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Deidre Tatum to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission using previous role with no objection.
Any objection?
Mr. President, if I may.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, let's talk about Deidre Tatum for a little bit. I'm assuming that's a gentlelady. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that a proper term? Thank you. So, is this Ms. Tatum's first appointment, or has she been serving on there?
It's a reappointment.
Say again?
It's a reappointment.
Reappointment? Do you know how many times?
She is from Jasper, and her term will expire June 30th, 2030.
In 23.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Her term expired in 23?
Her term will expire June 30th of 2030.
2030, I
Yes.
saw. Okay.
So she is a
2030.
reappointment. I believe she served one term and obviously has done very well, or the governor would not have reappointed her.
Yes. Can you explain to me on the Surface Mining Commission the jurisdiction that the Surface Mining Commission has? I mean, is it deep dish or is it, do you know?
I think that is beyond my scope of confirmations. I do not have any specific information about the depth of the Surface Mining Commission responsibility. What we get, as you know, is the information from about the appointees that the governor's office and the governor's appointment secretary has thoroughly vetted. Many of these people are reappointees. Some are new appointees that require Senate confirmation. So what I can tell you about Mrs. Tatum, Ms. Tatum is from Jasper, and she was not available to come to our committee, so we did not meet her personally. But, you know, we may have met her personally. I think we did. She was there. She does have a lot of work experience.
In mining?
Not in mining, but she has been very connected in the community. She went to Stillman College, studied accounting and business, and then also has a BS in business management. So she has a lot of experience. She was a HUD Housing Financial Counselor in 2020. She has also worked with NeighborWorks Homeownership Counseling Certification.
How many commissioners serve on the Surface Mining Commission?
So there's 7.
7.
And we had 5 through our committee last week.
5?
5.
Are any of these extended? I mean, is it usual for 5 members to be coming up for reappointment that soon?
Yeah, that's pretty common.
And I'm assuming all 5 are reappointments. Is that accurate?
Actually, I told you wrong. There were 4. There is a total of 7. We had 4 of them. We had 3 that were reappointees and 1 that is a new appointment.
One's a new one.
And our new appointment was the first one before you got to the
That first
podium.
one got by me. I apologize. I want
And
to
I really
apologize
wish-
to you. I want to apologize to the body and to the president for letting that get by me.
Well, I really wish that you had gotten for me for that one, because the first appointee was Rodney Sullivan, who was my seatmate when I was down in the House, who served in the House with me. So I could have told you.
I knew there was a former member getting appointed to this.
Rodney
I knew
Sullivan.
there was somewhere. Okay.
Yep. So I know a whole lot about Rodney Sullivan. I don't know as much about Ms. Tatum, but I can tell you what her.
Have you met Miss Tatum?
We did have the opportunity to meet Ms. Tatum in committee, I believe.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
But as far as so that would mean that we've got what, 2 more to go today?
There were 6 in the basket. We're on number
6 in the
3.
basket. Okay.
So what I can tell you about Ms. Tatum, again, is she is from Jasper. She lived in Atlanta for a while. She was in insurance in Florence. So I believe she was a constituent of Senator Melson for a little while.
I'm sorry, I was distracted there, Senator. I apologize. But your Ms. Tatum has been there. How long's the term? Evidently, it is for 6 years or 5 years.
Well, it's going to be 5 years.
5-year terms.
Well, actually, I think it, 5-year terms.
5 years, and they're all the same term now, I'm assuming. Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yes,
All right.
they are.
5-year terms, and evidently they're alternating, and with 4 or 5 on one, 4 or 5 on another, I guess. Who is?
So this might be helpful to you. I'm looking at the qualifications.
Yes.
Because you've asked about that. The qualifications for the board only states that they are fair and reasonable citizens of the state. And we have vetted them, and I believe they are all fair and reasonable citizens of the state.
Okay. Well, I hope they are. That would be good, but that seems like it's an awful low level. But we'll talk about that in a minute.
Mr. President, might be recognized to talk.
Senator Bell, you're recognized.
So actually, Senator Bell, I have some guests in the gallery. Would you give him a second to recognize them?
Absolutely.
All right. I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery, guests of Senator Weaver, Bibb County Healthcare Authority, and Bibb Medical Center. Would you please stand? Joseph Marchant. Joseph Marchant, Camille Gibson, Matthew Thomas, and Katie Crumpler. Welcome to the Alabama Senate.
Always great to have my people here. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing
welcome.
them.
So what does the Surface Mining Commission do? Do you?
Obviously, you weren't listening when I just had that conversation.
I was in another
Were you
meeting.
outside?
Well, I was at another meeting and just got back in and got pulled to the podium.
So, as I had been discussing with Senator Albritton, we get these appointees from the governor's office, and the governor's office has thoroughly vetted each of these appointees before they get to this point. So the Surface Mining Commission, I don't actually have, he had asked some questions about how deep their authority is to regulate mining and that sort of thing. I don't actually have any information related to that.
How many members do they have?
There's seven, and we got 4 of them in Confirmations Committee. But the qualification, just listed, the only qualification is that they are fair and reasonable citizens of the state. And again, we vet these people, and the governor's office has vetted them, and we believe that they are fair and reasonable citizens of the state. And there were 7 of them. We got 4 of them in committee last week. And then we've confirmed 2. We're on number 3, and we have 1 more to go.
Okay.
I think I was, when I left off and got interrupted, I think you were discussing the qualifications of the Surface Mining Commission members of being, I think the language is something along the line, good and upstanding members of the community or something along that line. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what the committee uses as a gauge to meet that demand?
So there are geographical considerations as well. So 3 commissioners must come from counties that produce coal. So this is how these people.
So we're talking about coal mining then?
Coal mining, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you didn't realize we were talking about coal mining.
Salt mining is what I had in my mind, but.
No, it's all coal.
So I guess my question is there, what information does your committee seek to determine the qualifications that they're finding upstanding folks? I mean, do you do a background check to make sure that they haven't gone to jail lately or something on that line?
Of course, I mean, absolutely. That's what the governor's appointment secretary does. So the governor's office has thoroughly vetted each of them before they get here. Now, I don't run background checks on these people when I get their appointments. But what
Do you get reports of the background checks if any's been done?
I have not received any reports of background checks.
So you don't have any background checks. Do you have any letters of testimonials of?
So what I get in the packet that I get from the governor's office, and I meet with the governor's office usually every Wednesday afternoon, and they give me the packet that they have transmitted here that comes to us here in the Senate, that's sitting in the basket for us when we come in. And it has, of course, the message from the governor relative to the appointment. It has the copy of the appointment letter, and it will have the resume of the person who.
So at least it has a resume, correct?
Yeah, we have a resume on everyone, but I don't have a background check. I'm assuming that they have done that across the street.
So you have letters of recommendation. You have I'm assuming a self-prepared resume. Is there any action taken by the committee to confirm or check the resume for truthfulness or anything of that nature?
When we're meeting with these appointees, we do talk about things on the resume, and so we're not, I guess by virtue, fact-checking these resumes,
Okay.
but certainly I don't think that someone would be untruthful and send a resume to a governor's office and appointment secretary that they knew they were going to
I
evaluate.
think you'd
and
be
look.
surprised sometimes, Senator, about what the governor may be told by people as true and turn out not to be, but
Maybe I'm just too trusting, but I would hope that someone would not submit unfactual information for something as important as a board confirmation. So I am assuming, and I will double check with the appointment secretary, but I assume that they would probably have gone through that level
All
of
right.
evaluation before they get here.
Let me share one thing, and maybe this is a question, all right? I'm going to be a little bit embarrassing to myself, but I'm going to tell a story on myself. When I applied for the bar, you know, it was a long process, and the multi-page document in those days you had to fill out. And in it, I had to declare all of my violations, okay? Court appearances or whatever. This is before I was a lawyer, obviously, and been, okay. So I made an inquiry, and sure enough, I had to list traffic tickets. So I listed my traffic tickets, and that was what I had, and I submitted those in with all the other stuff. And lo and behold, about 3 weeks later, I get notice in the mail that I am to report to the bar in Montgomery for inquiry. So I thought that was a little unusual, and I checked, and it actually was unusual. But I made the trip, got in my suit, double winter tie knot, and I go there and present myself, and there's 3 people sitting there, 3 lawyers. They're also fully dressed. And they told me that they had some questions about my application. And one, and I said, well, I'm prepared. And one said, can you explain to me on your application, 4 pages here are your traffic tickets. He said, can you explain to us here your total disregard for law? That was a bit uncomfortable.
I bet.
But I did. I made it past that. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate your willingness to go through and such. And with that, Mr. President, I'd move for confirmation of Deidre Tatum to the Surface Mining Commission using previous role without objection.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. All right, long roll. Oh, sorry.
You want to be on? Yeah, we'll get you on.
Okay. Hearing no objection, short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
And I'd like to thank Senator Albritton. We're going to take great care of you and make sure you have all the information that you need going forward.
All right, 31 ayes, no nays. Deidre Tatum is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 143, appointing James Jeter to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission, receives a favorable report by vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver?
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms James P. Jeter to the Alabama Surface Mining Commission using previous role with no objection.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. James P. Jeter is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 146, appointing Jennifer Harris to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver?
President, I move that the Senate confirms Jennifer Harris to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission using previous role with no objection.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. Jennifer Harris is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 147, appointing Katisha Vance to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver?
Move that Senate confirms Katisha Vance to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission using previous role with no objection.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. Katisha Vance is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation. Okay. That ends confirmation. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, House Bill Number 258 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 324 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 333 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 abstentions. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 270 receives a favorable report with 2 amendments by a vote of 4 ayes, 3 nays, and 0 abstentions.
These bills have received their second reading, be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 299 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 300 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 301 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 455 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 457 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 458 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 413 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 325 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 429 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 430 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 431 receives a favorable report.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. All right, Senator Stewart, you recognize.
I would like to present a motion and a resolution.
All right, desk read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 62, mourning the death and celebrating the life of State Trooper Justin Jamel Williams.
I move for immediate consideration.
Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, so
Use the
ordered.
previous roll.
Any objection using previous roll? No. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, the ayes have it.
Also, I move that all legislators, all senators be added as co-sponsors.
Is there any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
All senators. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution,
All right, desk read and receive the resolution.
and I'd like for it to be read at length without objection.
All right, desk read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 63 by Senator Wagner and others urging the Trump administration, the United States Secretary of Defense, and the United States Secretary of the Air Force to establish a permanent headquarters for United States Space Command at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Whereas in 2021, the United States Air Force announced Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama as the preferred location for the United States Space Command headquarters. Whereas in determining where to permanently locate the United States Space Command headquarters, Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama consistently ranked as the top location throughout the selection process and compared more favorably across 4 key factors and 21 criteria than any other finalist location. Whereas the results of the strategic basing action found that Huntsville, more so often than any other finalist location, provided a large qualified workforce, quality schools, superior infrastructure, and low initial and recurring cost to the Department of the Defense. Whereas the results of the strategic basing action proved that Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama was and remains the best location for the headquarters of the United States Space Command, and it was the informed decision of the Department of the Air Force to select the site as the preferred location on January the 13th, 2021. Whereas the findings of the strategic basing action have been supported by reports following subsequent Department of Defense Inspector General and Government Accountability Office investigations. Now therefore be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that this body recognizes that the United States Air Force strategic basing action process complied with the law and policy and was justified in identifying Huntsville as the preferred permanent location for the United States Space Command headquarters to ensure the national security and fiscal responsibility of the United States and well-being of service members and their families. Be it further resolved that we encourage the President of the United States Secretary of Defense, and the United States Secretary of the Air Force to immediately proceed in establishing a permanent headquarters for United States Space Command at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be delivered to the President of the United States Secretary of Defense, the United States Secretary of the Air Force, and the Alabama Congressional Delegation.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution without objection. Ask that all members be added as co-sponsors.
Or is there any objection to immediate consideration? Okay, any objection to immediate consideration? All right. There's an objection to all senators being added. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Wagner. All right, any other motions and resolutions? Any other motions or resolutions? All right, move on to uncontested local bills. Secretary, call the first uncontested local bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 90 by Senator Singleton regarding Greene County Racing Commission, BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Finally, we got here. Let me say, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a constitutional amendment. It doesn't require, Mr. President, I will move for the BR use of previous role without objection.
Any objection? All right, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 16 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. I declare that a quorum is present.
Mr.
Secretary,
President,
call the bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 90 by Senator Singleton regarding the Greene County Racing Commission. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, move for the adoption of the committee amendment. Use the previous roll without objection.
Any objection to previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Seventeen ayes, no nays. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator Singleton, we're on the bill.
Mr. President, move for a third reading be dispensed with use of previous roll without objection.
Any objection?
Gotcha.
Added the roll. Is that an objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Fourteen ayes, one nays. I declare a quorum is present and the bill is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, body. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Singleton. This concludes local bills. Secretary, call the first bill on the calendar.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 101 by Senator Stutz regarding medical treatment, BR pending.
All right, Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get into a long discussion about the bill, is it okay to go ahead and move the BIR? Yes, I can. The bill basically raises the age of medical consent to 18. Currently, it's 14. So, Mr. President, I move the passage. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and move the BIR with long roll, and then we'll talk and debate about the issues you want to talk about.
Okay, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz.
Aye.
Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-four ayes, 2 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 101 by Senator Stutz regarding medical treatment.
Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just share a few facts with you about what age of medical consent is and where Alabama ranks. You'll be surprised to know that Alabama is currently the lowest state in the nation for age of medical consent. The vast majority of the states, actually all but 3 states, have higher ages of consent than, Alabama's in the bottom 3 as far as lowest age of consent at 14. Oregon is 15, South Carolina is 16, Nebraska is 19, and all the other states are 18. So what my bill does is propose that we raise our age of medical consent from 14 to 18. And when we do that, we will be in line with just about all the other states. So there's only 1 state that's higher than that. And right now there are 3 that are lower than that, and we're one of those 3. So what we're proposing here is not something that hadn't been tried in a lot of other states. It's not consistent with what the vast majority of the United States does. Now, when I say that the age of medical consent is 18, that's for general medical consent. And many of those states have carve-outs for pregnancy, for exception for this, exception for that. And the bill that I have here, SB 101, has that exact same thing. It has multiple carve-outs. If you're living independently, if you're married, if you're pregnant, all those things are in the bill. If it's an emergency situation, that's all in the bill already. And it said it's not anything radical. It's right in line with what most all the rest of the country does. And Mr. President, it appears my colleague wants to dialogue about this, so let me yield to her to answer questions or dialogue.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Stutz. First of all, Senator, let me just say, and looking at, and we always try to kind of stay with this flow, and I want to commend you, first of all, for bringing this bill. I do think that we need to make some changes. The only problem that I have, and sometimes it's good to go with the flow and follow the herd. The other times it's good to look at when you say that maybe the herd is behind the times. And that because they have not updated theirs and most of theirs were 18, a lot of things have changed. Society's changed, attitudes, events have changed. Our children are growing up a whole lot faster than we did when we were children. And so many children are, just like we changed give you a good example, I think it was Senator Orr's bill that came to change the work age to 14. I was kind of a little opposed to it. I thought 14 is a little bit early. However, he did put in certain safeguards for that bill, that, it was a certain period of time, how long they could work, certain job types and those kinds of things. So we want to make sure that we protect our children, and we want to make sure that the work environments that they are in are safe. And while I had some opposition to parts of that bill, I understand that many children are out working and doing things, and some of them are part of the breadwinners. On this bill, when you say 18, because you said the majority of them have 18, well, we know that right now, even in Alabama, we changed. I mean, you can buy a gun at 18. But I remember going back to being the draft, when they had the draft. At 18, every child, every adult male was required to sign up at 18. So to me, 18 is kind of like a little bit, it's a higher number based on where children, not children, young adults are today. And so, in committee, as we discussed this, we felt that a good compromise between 14 and 18 was 16. First of all, you can get a driver's license, and most kids are getting driver's license at 15s or driver's permits or what have you. Some are even getting licensed depending upon the fact that you have a lot of kids that are already out working at that age. And so again, while you looked at what everybody is doing and saying 18 is where everybody else is, I just think that maybe they have not updated theirs from the fact that of looking at children are growing up, and maybe this was, I don't know when their law was passed, but I do feel that age 16 is more in line. And most of this, when we start talking about a minor who is at least, and this is 14, which is what it is right now, who has graduated from high school, it says who has graduated from high school, who is married, divorced, or pregnant, may give legal consent to a dental and medical, mental health services for himself or herself. And that's under existing law right now, under those conditions. But of course, you're looking at a person pretty much that's kind of like, that's out there on their own, who is married, who is pregnant. They should be able to give their own, make those kinds of decisions. Also, and I'm reading, I'm going to have to ask Mr. Chairman if my colleagues over here I can get some order, Mr. Chairman, for my own side of the aisle.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Have your attention, please. Thank you.
I hate I'm missing all the fun, but I guess I'll find out about it later on. You don't know whether they're laughing with you or laughing at you. All right, they said they're with me over here. Yeah, I better put a third eye back here to watch them. But also, under existing law, any minor may give legal consent to participate in the school counseling services, to donate bone marrow, or to determine the presence of threat of pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and alcohol or drug dependency. You drink out of that. I don't know that. Oh, that's my water. That's your water. Okay. This is what's currently in the law. All right, now you say this bill would require a minor to be at least 18 years old to give consent for these services. Again, I think 18 may be a little bit higher, in particular with the onset of mental issues. You know, DHR does child protection, and I think there's a division in the Attorney General's office also with that. Our young people are going through a lot. Even in schools with school counselors and other people as they call in, police officers can tell you that. You have resource officers in the school. When this law was passed, making it 18, you didn't have to have resource officers in the schools. We didn't have, mental health was something that, I mean, there were people out there, but there weren't a whole lot. You certainly didn't have a focus on it as you have it now. But it is certainly an issue in our schools with the onslaught of drugs and those kinds of things.
Mr. President, can you keep down the background noise just a little bit?
right.
I can hardly hear what she's saying. So I know she was having trouble a minute
here,
ago.
guys.
There's so much commotion here behind me, I couldn't hear what she was saying. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So our young people are dealing with a lot of issues very young. There are decisions that they are having to make that we didn't have to make those decisions when we were that age, but they are growing up a whole lot faster. The 14-year-old of my day and age is not the same mentality and maturity of the 14-year-olds of this day and age. And so that's why we recommended and requested that we do a compromise. 18, I think, is a little bit high. For the reasons I've already stated, if a person can be drafted into the Army or the military, although we don't have the draft anymore, but they are going to war and fighting at that age. They are out on their own raising families, and certainly 18 was too high because who wants to, you know, you're out on your own and you still have to ask your parents. So that's the reason why we felt that 18 was too high and it should be 16.
Yeah, if I could
Go ahead.
respond to that.
Sure.
You know, if you're emancipated, if you're living on your own, you're excluded from this in the bill. So we did address that issue. But in view of that, you know, I fundamentally believe that responsibility for your children is a fundamental responsibility of parents. It's a fundamental right of parents to be in a position to give or not give consent for procedures for their minor children. And that's why I'm carrying the bill. But the point of that is there's a lot of things that you can't do at less than 18 years old. And I think giving consent for medical procedures, giving consent for any type of health-related procedures is something that certainly ought to be on that list. And this may not be an all-exhaustive list, but I've got 14 things here that you cannot do in the state of Alabama until you're 18. And I'm going to read them to you, and then you can see why consent for health care services needs to be number 15, because it's certainly ranking very high on this list. Get a tattoo. Rent a car, use a meat slicer.
You know, these are children that, now what does this applies to ages, what age?
These are things you can't legally do in Alabama without parental consent. Purchase alcohol, cigarettes, vapes, skydive, buy fireworks, vote, join the military, sign a legal contract, apply for a credit card, go on a field trip in school without parental consent, move out of your parents' home, go to R-rated movies, participate on sports teams. All those things require a parental consent if you're underage. And adding health care services to that list is not a stretch by any means. And like I said, we have exceptions in the bill for pregnancy, for a mental health crisis, for emergency situations. If you're married, if you've already been graduated from high school, you know, the question came up about, well, what about if you're 17 and already started to college? Well, then you're excluded. you've already been graduated from high school. If you're living independently, all those exclusions are already in the bill. And when I say all these other states are 18, they all have a variety of exclusions as well. And the exclusions we have in this bill are right in line with all of those.